All right, all right, all right. Let's get ready. Let's do this. It's one of these buttons over here. There it is. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It is so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is January 24th, 2025. Yeah, that's right. And we're going to write a little bit of code today. We're going to do a little bit of project management. We're going to write a little bit of code. I've got a question or two that we're going to go to, and we're going to answer and give some practical samples here. Let's get into this. Let's get things started. How you doing there, folks? Let me say hello to the chat room. They're right over here. It's a Friday. I don't normally broadcast on Fridays, but hey, why not? Let's dive in and talk a little bit and say hello to our friends. We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. We'll say hello to TMK. Hello, Digital Dummies here. Ramtenna. How's it going there? C# Titan. Hope you're having a good Saturday morning in Melbourne, Australia. Mick Nets is here. Hello. Mythin, welcome. Ramtenna is one of Fritz's friends. Absolutely. Yes. There you go. Totally welcome. How you doing there? I've got a little bit of coffee to get me started here. Null Ref Check. Good morning to you. How's it going there? We did a bunch of work this week to get SharpSite more public facing. Right? SharpSite, that open source content management system that we started building out of anger over the WordPress situation, right? And oh, sure. Let's take a picture of this out. Go for it. There you go. And let's see if it works today, right? OpenAI was not our friend the other day. There we go. Ah, that's much better. Yes, that's right. And oh, look at that. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. There you go. And the WordPress situation it's getting worse. There's more weird, wacky stuff that's happening over there, and quite frankly, the folks at Automatic they're losing their mind. They're really doing some things that are counterintuitive to the way that open source and technical communities interact and manage themselves. I don't know the full story about some of the latest shenanigans that have been going on over there. I don't want to spend time talking about them. I want to focus on our project that is growing up and has some of the key features already that WordPress has, and we're tuning and growing, and we're making this something robust and something that for us as C# developers we can use and have confidence in. And I feel good about that. I like the direction we're going. And thank you out there for your interest in participating and growing and helping this to become an interesting project that other folks are learning from. There's a lot of stars and forks that are happening on this project that, quite frankly, it's great to see. and we're going to continue pushing and growing and doing more with this. So thank you out there. So I have a question from Mythin in Discord that I want to go through, and we're going to do a little on the fly demo with that. And I've got that pinned over here. I took a screenshot. I don't like to show all of Discord live on stream, but I grabbed a screenshot of the Discord message. We'll talk about that. I'll answer this question from C# Titan. How much does it cost for the AI detection in Azure? It's not a lot. It's not a lot. Wait, there's like green flies over here or something. What happened there? The chroma key is misbehaving, as it were. There we go. That's better. Let me bring up, so the detection is, it's which one of the AI services? It's I forget which one it is. It's not that one. It's actually the one that I called Sharp Translator. Yeah. There it is. And if I take a look at cost analysis. We're waiting. It's loading, and then we'll go over to that screen. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Are you ready for this? Here we go. And 5 cents. It's costing me 5 cents. How's that? You like that? I'm going to get some music playing in the background here. Let's start with this. This is called Ice and Flames. This is from the Stream Beats rock playlist. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for creating this music that's royalty-free, DMCA-free. There's all kinds of genres available out there. Big thanks to him for this music we're listening to today. Hey, Codebase Alpha, hello. Yeah, that's not too bad. So that's for almost the right. Let's see, if we look at January, 6 cents. Like, sure. That's fine, right? It's going to come in at less than $1 on the invoice. I don't care. You know? So I feel good about that. Hey, Reg. Hello, Reg9K. The simulation is collapsing. Even though the WordPress situation has gotten worse, yeah, I'm not following it closely at all either. But I do see when there are spikes of stupidity happening. Curious to see how many developers or companies actually ditch WordPress for something else. No, not a lot of folks are going to. However, once we start providing an alternative that is compelling, that folks can migrate to with ease and become comfortable with and excited about and can maintain with their own favorite technologies, now we're talking. Now we're in a place that is offering value. Remember, a lot of these folks that have WordPress sites, they just grabbed whatever the most popular tool was. Oh, it's free, and I don't have to do anything to maintain it. Go. That's it. That's all I need. So that's kind of the MO that some of these folks have that we need to lean into, understand, and help grow. Let me go to the question I got from Mythin this morning, which is a really good question. As we start using more and more of .NET Aspire. .NET Aspire is that collection of tools and services and frameworks that help us to build distributed applications that have a database. Maybe there's a microservice over here. Maybe there's a little service that sits over somewhere else, and they all collaborate together to deliver an application system. But as we get into it, some things aren't entirely clear. So Mythin has this question for us. Having a little bit of a trouble adding GitHub Actions secrets that contains a connection string to a database service to a .NET Aspire application. I feel like either I can't read the docs properly, or maybe there's something missing in there. The connection string is one of the variables, among others, that I would like to add, but it doesn't seem to get picked up. Maybe I'm missing some configuration somewhere. I got you, friend. Let me show you how I do this, and I think it's a similar scenario for the Redis cache service that I use on Azure. Because here's the deal. I don't deploy a new Redis cache. I don't allocate a Redis cache to run locally, but I just point to the Redis cache that's out on Azure and I say, use that one. Well, how do I do that? I pass in a connection string. Let me show you how I do that with the aspirify.net website, where I've already got the cache out there. Let's just go use that when we deploy. So here we are. Right, so here's my app host where I do all of the configuration of all of those things. And here in my output cache, I'm going to add a service called Redis, and I say publish as connection string. That's it. When this runs locally, it runs a local Redis cache, but the publish as connection string will tell it this is a connection string that's going to go out there. And when I run my AZD configuration, it asks for what that connection string is and adds it as a secret to be included and published. So that's one way to do it. Another way to do it is something like I'm doing with, where is it? With the Microsoft. I'm working on this. Where did I do it? Is it down in here? Add Microsoft account authentication. So I have, what? Yeah. So I have a Microsoft client ID and a Microsoft secret that I use to allow folks to log into aspirify.net who are doing administration tasks, adding new articles, grabbing analytics, what have you. So I create parameters here locally. Add parameter, here's the name of the parameter, and it's a secret, right? This parameter is being read out of app settings JSON or user secrets JSON. Okay? So it will automatically load those up and read those. So they're right here. And I have a user secrets that is placing it. So make sure you use the parameters group. Okay, the parameters configuration. And then these parameter names here are the same as that name that it's grabbing there. Okay. By saying that it's a secret means, right? See the you see how it says the bool secret. When it gets deployed, it will put that into Key Vault. Okay. So, and then I make those available to the website. I force in the environment variable at that point. Add environment, and then I pass in that parameter. I don't know what the value is, but pass in that parameter that I just created. Okay? So my developer version of that parameter is kept in user secrets. Maybe it's an application in app settings JSON. If it is something that's dumb and that you can keep locally, like I did with, right, I just hard-coded a database password here, live chat rules, sure. And it'll pick that up, and when it does the deployment, it will properly hide and obfuscate that information and bring it in from Key Vault when it gets deployed. Okay? I hope that answers your question. Happy to talk further about it as you get into it, but that's how I do it. But Redis is kind of a unique one with the feature to publish as connection string. It does prompt me during the AZD deployment, and let me just double check. I think trying to think where I can show that it's out there. Let me navigate the Azure portal, and I'm going to do this just off screen so that, once again, so I don't inadvertently dox myself. And yeah, it shows up in the secrets tab of my Azure portal, and it's sitting right there. There's the connection string. So, right, services cache, the name of this is output cache. So it creates connection strings output cache. And that's because, right, when I add the web application, I tell it with reference to the cache. Go into that. Right, with reference to the Redis cache. So it creates the connection string there, and it inserts that secret right here. All right. I hope that helps. Let me know if you run into any issues with it. We can talk further offline about it. Good luck. Let me catch up with chat here a little bit, and then we'll dive in some. Nothing lasts forever, especially software, says TMK DK. Totally true. Eddie Dre, how you doing there, friend? You didn't think about doing it that way? Oh, yeah. Napalm, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Happy Friday to you, smirking squiggly. Lanky Scottish nerd, hello to you from windy Scotland. Scotland? I would have never guessed. Cosmos DB Engine went open source today. I'm not familiar with that. They're outside of my department. That's cool to hear. C# Titan says a friend is working at a company working on a .NET web application written with VB.NET, connects to an Access database, linked tables that point to numerous SQL Server databases. Oh boy. App is run internally, and users connect to us. He's having a headache trying to prevent locking of tables. You're stuck. It's an Access database. It's a single file. You're stuck. Like, it's a single file. Yeah. That's what happens. So, and a website is a large multi-threaded application that might have hundreds of threads that are trying to access and work with that database. Yeah. You want to try and get around that, okay? You're going to want to create some sort of a repository pattern that has read-write locking on it. And even then, you're still going to be fighting it and having entrant having locking and caching on the content coming out of that. It is not a good strategy. You're going to want to connect to those databases directly. So, and then you're going to have a problem. Because now you're fighting a rewrite, yeah. Somewhat, very much different than using with environment directly. So, with environment, right, it passes in that value as an environment variable into the website. So, Yeah, you're welcome, Eddie. Key Vault is not managed by Aspire. It was created by Aspire, yes. Yes, it is. Yep, at deployment, Key Vault gets created. So, DocumentDB is out there in open source now. You're not going to let me close that panel? Fine. Native implementation of document-oriented NoSQL database enabling seamless CRUD operations on BSON data types. Yeah. Based on Postgres. Fun. That's neat to see. 5 minutes till ads on Twitch. Good morning, Robson. How you doing there? And on the Microsoft open source blog. Looks like they're getting so much heat. Ah, there it goes. Releasing DocumentDB, open source document database platform, the engine powering Cosmos DB. Yeah, there you go. Cool. That's fun. Great to see them contributing back. You learned a hard lesson with writing to the same Redis key and locking. Yes, don't do that. Stumbled onto a distributed locking article from the Aspirify website. Nice. Nice. The biggest challenge is replacing those values in your app settings by GitHub Actions secrets using the pipeline. You don't need to do that. They get replaced when you get out to production. You don't need to do that. The GitHub Actions secrets publish and push out to Azure, so they're managed out there. All right, moving on. So, looking at the list of things left in this milestone, I want to kind of reevaluate as I think through what's in here and what we want to do, and also leave some space for folks to contribute. As I was thinking about and planning about doing Playwright testing, and for right now, where the testing is going to be on the various web pages, really in the admin side. I'm not sure that this is something that I want to do just yet. I think there's other things that we can take out in the meantime. Like these bugs we need to address at some point, and we should probably have unit tests that verify those. Getting a default theme, which is right there's two parts to that. There's the theme for the admin side that is never really going to change. And then there's the default theme for the public site. And getting that set up is going to help us with the public website, so that we have some screenshots to kind of say, hey, look, this is what this looks like. Get excited, get interested. And then hopefully they download it. But the next piece is also, we need to give folks a way to download and start using this. So I think we want to pull in that Docker bit and get that connected so that we're generating our Docker container for this. Do one or two Playwright tests as an example for others who'd like to contribute. I hear you. Sure. I I don't want to write a handful of Playwright tests, though, and then break those tests because we introduce a default theme that might do things a little bit differently. So I think I want to push this out to the next milestone, just to make sure that we don't break it immediately. But I do want to bring in, like, this investigation we need to get into. And this is something that if somebody wants to look at, you're welcome to. Right, this is being worked on. The language chooser. If we go back here, where's the Docker? I thought I had a or is it container? Yeah, this one. Let's bring this in so that we start to publish and make these things available, and it becomes easier for folks to start using it. Couldn't the test be just to see if the index page has sharp site title or something super basic? Ads just kicked in for 2 minutes. Sure. We can do that. Sure, let's do that. I think we should be able to get some help from Copilot to do this one. You know what? We do have that. We'll take a look at this. Yeah, that's easy to write. Yeah, I think we can do something with this. Hey, Guacamole and Chris Jones. Hello. Can AI help with setting up Playwright tests? Oh yeah. All right, let's take a shot at this. I'm not. Why you do that? I'm not an expert in Playwright. I don't pretend to be an expert in Playwright. But let's take a look and start. We can start talking about it and figure out that, write that initial test that at least gets us to the website. Right? That we're sure we can actually load and show the website. And then we'll grow it from there. There was an issue to bring over some of the test structure from eShop. So there's an end-to-end folder that has Playwright end-to-end tests. And they're written with TypeScript. Like, that's a thing. Do we write this with XUnit? I'm not sure. And how does it know where the... How does it know where the base website is? Where to start navigating? Workers. There's the base URL. Okay. Okay. So, how does it run the tests? Right, there's a scripts folder. Where to go? No. No. Playwright YAML. So it's a separate script altogether. Ignores Markdown, ignores client app. It's going to run for at most 60 minutes. Check out setup.net. Setup node. Install dependencies. Install the .NET HTTPS development certificate, so it's running HTTPS. Okay. Install the Playwright browsers. Run Playwright tests. And there's the username and password. And then it uploads the Playwright report at the end. So we should be able to see. Here's the Playwright report. Right? But does it tell me how many are successful and whatnot? 4 passed. And there's the tests, the test report. It took 2 seconds to log in. Okay. Hey, .NET know-how. We need a testing engine. Something that will run the tests. There it is. So you can run them with .NET Test. And you can write them with XUnit. So while XUnit is typically a unit testing tool, using C# and XUnit to generate wrong word. Using that to be the engine to execute these tests, I think is in bounds. What do you think, .NET know-how? Let me share the link in chat so that everybody can take a look at that. And there it is. It copied it over to YouTube as well for folks watching over there. I see a handful of people watching on YouTube. Mythin says, I think the scenario that I described is quite similar. I'm using Azure Service. Your connection string are already generated by Azure, so I need to find a way to get those inside your Aspire environment. Yeah, use a parameter the way that I did and mark it as a secret and pass along the parameter. And when you go to deploy, AZD will prompt you for what that connection string is, and it will store that and move it along. C# Titan with a question here. Is VS Code a good alternative for Visual Studio on Windows? I've been hearing from friends who work on .NET and Windows that they keep telling me that .NET on Mac and Linux is a light version of .NET. No. They are lying. Anybody who tells you that .NET on something besides Windows is light or express version or not the same is full of it. Send them to me and I will set them straight. Look, everything's built to run the same on all the platforms. .NET on Windows has the historical ability to create graphical applications, graphical native applications with WPF and Windows Forms. WPF has been around for 16, 17 years. Windows Forms has been around for 25 years with .NET. And before that, the previous version of it has been around for 35 years. So anybody who tells you that, oh, it's a lighter version, no. You can absolutely build and target for those other platforms. Go ahead, take a picture of that. I'll wait. So, there's lots that you can do that runs on all the platforms. If you want to build a graphical native application that runs on Mac, check out .NET MAUI. If you want to build a graphical native application that runs on Linux, check out Avalonia. There's tools out there that will help you with this, that run with .NET. It's not a lighter version. How about now? Look, your colleagues are... they're trying to gaslight you, okay?
It doesn't matter what you think.
The truth of the matter is, it's the same. And in fact, in some cases, it actually runs better on Linux and Mac than on Windows. Let me catch up with some of the other comments there in chat. That's right. Don't get me angry. VS Code extensions for .NET are great, says Tool. Ataralus. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I'm sure I'm not. Despite missing stuff like the profiler. Well, so that's just it. There was a full IDE with things like profiler and those on Mac, and folks didn't use it. They came out and said, we prefer overwhelmingly, the majority said we prefer a code editor, not an IDE with all of those tools. Okay. So, yeah, those professional grade tools are not available outside of Windows. One observation Eddie Dre noticed during .NET Conf was the amount of Microsoft employees using a Mac to demo. Correct. How about this? Did you see my segment at the end of day one of .NET Conf? I was on stage at a Microsoft event using a Linux laptop. Okay? So, trust me, everybody's welcome. It's a wide open tent. Everybody's welcome. And some of the run times are optimized and run faster. on some operating systems than on others. And the performance team gets around and updates some of those tools and frameworks that run on ARM, that run on Mac, that run on Windows as they get to them. There is no specific priority order. You can see exactly what they're working on GitHub. Everybody gets the same amount of attention. You can develop perfectly fine with VS Code on Linux, but you like Writer more? Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. So, yeah. These are people that are living in the past of .NET. So, SQL on ARM that's a decision made by the SQL Server team. That is not a .NET thing. So, yeah. Visual Studio for Mac was pretty horrible. Oh, it wasn't as full-featured as Visual Studio, and folks were expecting the full version of Visual Studio from Windows on Mac, and there was a very long roadmap to sync and get things moved over there, but it was also a very expensive roadmap that they couldn't support with the current level of interest. So, use an amazing VM for Mac running Windows. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Let me head back over here and we can dig back into Playwright a little bit here. Using parallels on a Mac, fantastic. That's another great way to make that work. And don't forget, when you're running Visual Studio on Windows, you can interact with Windows Subsystem for Linux directly from Visual Studio. And interact and build for Linux and test with Linux all directly inside of Visual Studio. And all of those features are available in the Visual Studio Community Edition. You don't have to pay for that. Couple that with now Copilot for Visual Studio is free to use. Now you can be even more productive for free on Windows with the Community Edition. And your machine came with Windows. So it's all good. It's all good. I think this might be a good way to go. And right, so there's also the ability to record tests here. There's a code generation step that you can run so that you can navigate and it will record the appropriate test steps here, and we can copy those in. You'd love to say Windows only since WSL is a thing, but Apple development, yeah. That's a requirement from Apple, that you must have an Apple device to build with Apple and target their systems. If you don't need to target Apple, then yeah, you can work around them. It's a very expensive operation to get involved with the Apple ecosystem. Is this similar to Selenium? Yes, it's in the same technology space as Selenium, free and open source, and all runs as part of a package that deploys with .NET, Node, Python, Java. Let's go back to installation. So we can do a .NET new XUnit project with Playwright tests, install the Playwright dependencies, and get things configured and running here pretty quickly. And then we can start figuring out how to wire up to our .NET Aspire projects. Let's give this a try and start putting together this foundation for this. I've been working on this. Not KCD. That's a comic. I fixed the plugin status, that we were working on yesterday. That's done and wired up and working in the 0.6 branch. Let me check out v0.6. I will delete the fix plugin status branch. Right, do a little source control cleanup here. Yeah, check out feature Playwright. Cool. So we'll start building and working over here. And I'm going to follow these steps right here to get us a test project in the end-to-end folder that we can start to build and work with. C# Titan has a question there in chat. Have I met and worked with Anders? I believe you're referring to Anders Heilsberg, the founder, the inventor of several different programming languages, including TypeScript, C#, Turbo Pascal, Delphi. Yes. I've worked with Anders on a number of events, and I've helped him present and hosted panels that he's on. Brilliant guy. I think the world of him. He really has done some amazing things in his career. I'm very lucky to be able to work with folks who are such visionaries and leaders in their space, that they didn't just invent a programming language, but they invented 4. Like, that's awesome. That's awesome. The guy's he is very humble. You know, it's kind of funny when you go to the employee cafeteria and you go to sit down and you've got your grilled cheese sandwich and salad, and you look down the way, and there, you know, a couple tables over, there's the guy that invented the programming language that your screen name is named after. And he's just enjoying a bowl of soup like the next guy. Like, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. So, really nice guy. I can't speak highly enough about him. XUnit is a first-class citizen now? Yeah, it is. It is now. MS Test and NUnit were ones that were previously promoted over here. Yeah, Wolfhound Jesse, it is kind of awesome to be able to work with some of these folks. What was it? Last week when we did our, and then last week when we had our .NET Conf wrap up, and we got to talk to Dustin Campbell. He works on the C# language. He works on the compiler and some of the tools around the programming language, right? It's one of these engineers that works on these tools and things that we rely on every day. And to have some of those really nice discussions where some folks from chat were able to relay their questions, and we were able to learn more about some of the thought process and growing pains that they go through to build a programming language. It's fascinating stuff that we take for granted as developers that just want to be able to open our code editor over here and just start slinging code. I've got 2 of these open. Right? We just want to be able to start putting code in here and get cool syntax highlighting, right? And code completion as we start typing things, right? And mouse over something here and we get a little thing that pops up and tell us what it is. Like, they invented all of that. They wrote how all that stuff works, and it's amazing to get their insights around how they decide what to build and include with each one of the versions. It's great stuff. VS Code gives you vibes of the Turbo C IDE. Sure. Okay. You can invent 4 programming languages in your sleep, says Alu the Crow. Then wake up, forget them all, and not even remember how to code the one you just... Look, I'm not a programming language collector. I know there's folks that really enjoy tinkering and learning other programming languages. I want to go deep on the one programming language and framework that's going to put food on my table, pay for me to have a job, That's me. So, strong NASA job vibes. Showing up to work and maybe the crawler is just parked outside. Well, is it really parked, Wolfhound Jesse? The crawler that moves the space shuttle moves at, what is it? It isn't like 80 miles to the gallon. It's like 80 gallons to the mile. and it takes like a week to move the half mile from the very large from the vehicle assembly building to the launch pad. Like, it takes a week to move that. So while it might not be moving to your eyes, it's getting there. You can hardly speak English. That's okay. You're from Brazil originally? I didn't know that, Alu. You forgot Portuguese. Oh my gosh. You wonder if NASA uses C#, says C# Titan? I can't answer that question, but I can tell you that C# and the .NET tools are used by a number of agencies that are involved in travel. And that's about all I can say. A number of agencies and businesses involved in travel. There are I'm not allowed to talk about customers, but I can tell you that it is involved in those industries. So, only mountains move slower. There you go. Your biggest blocker with making progress with learning development is consistently switching focus on languages. Yes. Right, CyMac, I want to stay focused. JavaScript is on Mars. Whatever. Sure. Is there a C# book in the trunk of the Tesla that Elon Musk launched into space? I don't know. Trying to word it to not fully say anything. Oh yeah, it's always fun, right? You can tell me that the DoD uses C# and without further issues, we also use Blazor. Oh, that's okay. That's your disclosure. Dear God, the Martians. Let's see if we can get some of this set up here and work on a little bit of this. So I'm not going to call this Playwright test. I'm going to call this SharpSight end-to-end. So let's do this. I'm going to copy that block. Where am I? So I'm going to put this in the end-to-end folder. We'll start with that, and I'm going to call this SharpSight end-to-end. Can I do that? I think I can do that. Yeah. You want me to run .NET Restore? Fine. .NET Restore. Yeah. So we're going to need to move these into central package management. That's okay. Let's do a little bit of that real quick. You heard the government is moving all their stuff to Rust? With respect, why would a government move? That's not the folder I want to be in. Why would a government move their technology to a programming language that they can't get support on? Like, the government is the ultimate enterprise that needs support. They need experts that they can call, that and folks they can file lawsuits against. That, because that's really what you want when you ask for support. Who can I blame when something goes wrong? To take responsibility for training, educating, setting things up. So yeah, all their stuff is rusty. Any update on the visor glasses? We are 1 week from the first deliveries promised to have been made. No updates yet. So we need to bring these things into the directory packages over here. And I don't think there's a gesture to do that, is there? No. So I'm just going to yoink those. Oh, wait a sec. Some of these are already here. Right, there's X unit runner. Hang on. We're good on those two. Put them back in there. Because we're gonna... So, I don't need to... Shut up. Stop it. Coverlet collector? Sure. But these should be package versions that we're specifying. Microsoft.NET Test SDK, that's already up there, so we don't need this. And, let's see, we can... There we go. And let's put this in alphabetical order because everything does appear to be organized all nicely here. Save that, go back over to my end-to-end project. And now these become package references, and they don't have a version. Da-da-da. I think that's how that works. I think, if I remember correctly. So now let's do .NET Restore, and that should... There we go. Fantastic. Old unmanaged operations in code will be migrated over to managed languages, but it's not all Rust. Yay, good morning, my security gift. Hello. No, the government is not any one stack. No. DARPA's Tractor project, I'm not familiar with that. It's an effort to move to memory-safe languages, and C# was on the short list. Okay. Billy works in government tech and uses .NET. Nice. C# and Java are pretty heavily used in government. Still have things in COBOL, Fortran. Yep. Yep. Ramtena works for an American government agency and fully C# shop. Very cool. In process with an Azure migration. Thank you for your service, Ramtena. And thank you to all. My gosh, I didn't realize how many folks worked for different government agencies and whatnot. Thank you, all of you, for your service and helping run our government and IT operations there. There's years and billions of lines of code that have been written in multiple languages. Yeah, it's rewriting is not a thing that folks want to stomach easily. DARPA, the military, is translating things to Rust. After more than 2 decades of grappling with memory safety issues in C and C++, the software engineering community has reached a consensus. It's not enough to rely on bug-finding tools. They want to rely on safe programming languages that can reject unsafe programs at compile time. So they're migrating to Rust. Good luck. Good luck. Who do they go to for support on Rust? That's the question. Right? Right, that's the question that any enterprise, any government has is, okay, I'm working with this tool, this product, this technology. Where do I go for support? That's what makes open source somewhat dangerous for governments and enterprises if they can't find somebody who's going to provide support. So, targeting C, not C#. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with Rust. It's who provides the paid support for a billion-dollar government. Like, that's a big deal. Something isn't working right, who's going to address that? A government contractor? That is a dangerous place to be as a contractor. Is the Rust Foundation going to provide that support? Firefox? No, Firefox is not going to provide that support. No. So, all right, let's dive back in here. Right, we've been getting squirreled all over the place here. All right, we need to add Playwright X unit. Don't mind if I do. We'll get that added in here.
Squirrel!
Yes. And it's going to be added in. Da, da, da. No stable versions available. Fine. Do it. Add it. And just a little cursor sitting there. Chat room, help me out. Do you prefer the underscore cursor, the square cursor? What? Right, the cursor that you have in your terminal. What do you prefer there? Right, the blinking underscore, the old solid square. When I see the solid square, I immediately think like a computer, a mainframe from the 90s. Right, the vertical bar that's blinking. Square because you can't see it otherwise? Yeah, there you go. Okay. What theme and font style do I use for Visual Studio? I just use the standard dark theme. That's just the standard dark theme. The square. Okay. Right, it's the vertical bar when you click into web pages. But in your terminal where you work, the underline cursor. All right. I wasn't expecting that, but okay. And in directory packages, Microsoft Playwright X unit. Okay, there it did do that properly. All right. What? Oh, we got updates here. Sure, go ahead, restart the extensions. Next steps. Make sure we can build. Oh, okay. We'll do that. Oh, no. You go away. Back here. All right. .NET build. Cascadia Code is a nice font. It is a really nice font. Right, so the font you see me using here, this is a version of Cascadia Code that has the glyphs in it, and the font I'm using in Visual Studio is Cascadia Code also. I do have a font command there. So Cascadia Code is open source. You can download and use it on any operating system. There are OTF files available. Let's see. Rainier says, whatever the Matrix uses. Okay. Is VS Code for working with Blazor, XAML, or Visual Studio? Yes, yes, and yes. It is. Moving on. All right, so... Right, that did build properly, right? Yeah, okay. So Playwright now says we need to go install required browser components. Is it in the Net 8 folder? What do we got in there? Yeah, it's that PowerShell script. So I'm going to copy this, paste it in, but change that to Net 9. Let it install the Playwright dependencies. So these are These are stripped down versions of the browsers that run in an isolated state that Playwright can instrument. And as you can see, they're not little. They're not little. They're browsers, man. They're browsers. But what this is going to let us do is instrument our websites, right? And I know I've got some friends out there that work on support desks, that work in quality assurance, that haven't been able to see or work with Playwright. Let's dig in and work with that a little bit. I wasn't expecting that to show up. Yes, FFmpeg is being downloaded. And what is FFmpeg? FFmpeg is a video management tool. It allows you to edit videos. You can resize videos. You can shift them between different formats. It helps to you can take screenshots out of videos. But it's an open source tool that a lot of video editors, quite frankly, are built on top of to allow you to edit and work with video content. So, and as you can see, it's only 1.3 meg. So to build tooling on top of it, and that will allow you to do those edits and manipulations, is actually a really cool thing. How many floppies do you need to install one browser? You shut up, John. I don't have any floppy disks around here. No, I don't. Jeez. Is this built into the Azure DevOps GitHub Actions hosted agents? That's a great question, Jeremy. Right, if we look at over here, no. It installs the Playwright browsers every time. That's frustrating. It'd be great if there was a Playwright action that already had them installed, so you didn't have to wait for them, right? Playwright. Right? Like, there's Playwright. Here, let's go back. Integrations. Docker, continuous integration, Selenium grid. What do we got here? Can be executed in CI environments. We've created sample configurations for common CI. So, yeah, this runs on Ubuntu latest. You can run a job in a container. So there is a container there that has it all installed. This feels like a better way to run it. Right? On deployment, we have a pre-built Docker image. Well, isn't that what they just... Right, it's right there. Azure Pipelines, Circle CI, Jenkins, Bitbucket. Caching browser binaries is not recommended, since the amount of time it takes to restore the cache is comparable to the time it takes to download the binaries. All right. So, this feels like a better way to run it. Right? Because thinking out loud, we're not rerunning the install here. So, in the 90s, you had to install Word from floppies. Oh, don't remind me. Yeah. Dozens of floppies. So, would that Docker image always have the latest versions? I bet there's a new version out there. I bet there's a new version out there. Wow, I think we're... All right. I'm noticing how many of you are out there watching on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you, friends on YouTube. Appreciate you sharing and tuning in. Usually, I started streaming on Twitch, so normally we have a lot more folks watching on Twitch. That's okay. It doesn't matter to me which service you're watching on, but it's great to see more folks picking up and watching on YouTube. You had a custom suitcase of floppies you carried around. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, my gosh. That's painful, Loviz. That feels painful. Come on. Show me what you got here for the tags for Playwright for .NET. Taking a long time to load. Right? Coffee is done. Oh, no. There we go. 149 Noble Arm, and that was published about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, right? Back in November 21st. Can we sort by last published? No, don't do that. Oh, dear Lord. March. I don't think that arrow is going the way you think that arrow is going. But it looks like 149 Noble is the one that we're going to want. What's the difference between a container image and a Docker image? Huh? What? Who? I don't know. How you doing there, Mohammed? How to follow along? You can tune in. You can check this out. There's a link to the project website just below, and there's a link to the GitHub repository there as well. So you can, when I'm done and I commit my changes, you'll be able to get a hold of them and tinker as well. But I am working here, looking at the Docker documentation for Playwright right there. Like, okay. I really think we want here the GitHub action that uses this container. Let's get writing our first tests here first. Something like that. So sure. Let's make sure this works. I'm going to go into Visual Studio. I like to keep different groups of resources in the solution in separate projects. So I'm going to create a solution folder here. Where to go? Add solution folder, and I'm going to call this 8 end to end. Okay. And in here, I will add the end-to-end project. All right. And let's add that first block of code. No, you're not in that. And let's move these up here. Move that down a little bit and clean these up. Let me turn on the keyboard cam so you can see what I'm typing here. Ah, keyboard. You've seen developers run Windows 11 in Docker. You have. Show me. Here's our first unit test. We're going to go to asynchronously. We're going to Playwright Dev. We're going to expect a page, right, to have a title called this. Okay. And then we're going to go to Playwright Dev on this, and we're going to get by role a link, right? We're looking for a link, right? Using the arias ensures that your site is also accessible. And we're looking for it with the name Get Started, and we're going to try clicking it. We're going to take a look at the heading and see if we find the installation capabilities here. How's the split keyboard working out? I'm getting more comfortable with it every day. Yeah. There's still times where I feel like I need to either retrain my fingers, or I need to create a new key or move a key somewhere else that I can remember it better. Let's try running this. So I've got that pasted in here. Now, if I open Test Explorer, it's going to find the end-to-end tests here. And like, I could run it here. Could. Right? I mean, it took 1.1 seconds to run 2 tests. That's not bad. I do look down at the keyboard a bit, and right then that's when I take my hands away, I want to relocate and make sure that I have my my fingers properly. The top row, the numbers, I'm always uncomfortable with. Sometimes my thumb on the thumb cluster down here, I get confused on which key I'm on, so I need to cheat a little bit. When I first started using the keyboard and I was looking down at it so much, I literally got dizzy. So, no, it's not letters like that wanting somewhere else, but it's symbols, right? So when I jump over to this layer, right, these are my angle brackets. These are parentheses. These are square brackets. These are curly braces. So making sure that my thumb is on the right location is to activate that, or activate my cursor movement layer here, right? And I have Control Y for Control Z, I'm sorry, for undo, and Alt, and then the Windows key down here, so that I can navigate quickly and easily. And then I have Shift way over here under my pinky, so that I can do like right, Control Shift and navigate around. So stuff like that. But by moving the arrow keys so they're directly under my resting location for my fingers, oh, it's a world of difference. Or WASD is normally over here, but that's not normally where you rest your fingers, right? As a gamer, you kind of move your hand over a little bit and you're moved over. But I can move them to the right so it's directly under the home row. Well, now we're talking. So now, right, and now I'm using home row location for that gaming navigation. Can't imagine using it with a non-English language. I can understand that. Short words like diamond square. Okay. All right. So this unit test works, right? This initial end-to-end test, and I can run that at the command line as well here. Right, just .NET test, and it'll run these tests, right? Done. 3.4 seconds, both tests passed. So I could do .NET test no build because it's already built. Still 3.2 seconds to run the tests, right? These are end-to-end tests. They're not going to be short tests. So that's okay. Next steps. Like, great, I've got an end-to-end test there. I want to run the end-to-end test against the website when it's running. How do I do that? Let's go find out. To learn more about running tests in headed mode, running multiple tests, running specific configuration. Don't mind if I do. Yes, go over here. Use the following command to run your test in headed mode, opening a browser window for each test. So we can set the headed environment variable, and it will show us. We can run tests on different browsers, set up a launch configuration, run on multiple browsers or configurations, or set the Playwright browser name via the run settings file. What is this? Okay. Run specific tests. Run tests with multiple workers. So what happens if I do that? So let's try that. Max parallel threads 5. Go. Took the same amount of time. Debugging tests. Since Playwright runs in .NET, you can debug it in your debugger of choice, Visual Studio Code or Visual Studio. Playwright comes with the Playwright Inspector, which allows you to step through Playwright API calls. So you can turn on the Playwright debugger, .NET test, and it'll drop into here. Neat. Generate tests with CodeGen, see a trace of your tests, run tests on CI. So looking over here at some of the other guides here, right, we've clearly got some model, some steps we need to go through before we want to run Playwright tests against SharpSite, right? Like if we go back over here and we look at, right, this runs, look at the workflow file. So it installs all the things and it just calls Playwright test. Doesn't it .NET run at some point? Like at some point, doesn't it need to .NET run? Install dependencies. .NET tool update. It just calls run the tests. So how does it know? There's the base URL. So there is a setup TS. Web server. And it runs app host. How do we do this? Right, that's TypeScript. How do we do this with .NET? So it does build and install, ensure the Playwright tests, and then .NET test. So ads in 30 seconds. Thank you, Code with Sean. Hello. In job test steps, yeah. Install it and then run the tests. Well, Okay, yeah. Update PowerShell. Create a program CS that will navigate to playwrightdev.net. Take a screenshot in Chromium. Take a screenshot. Now run it. By default, Playwright runs the browsers in headless mode. You can turn it on. Right, yeah. Using assertions, bundle drivers for different platforms. Yeah. How do we launch the web server? Navigation, interactions. Yeah, how do we set up? Can we have Copilot convert that to .NET? I'm not yet at generating tests. But when we were working on Tags app and we were trying to use Playwright, we went through this whole process of trying to start the web server from the Playwright process and get it to do the things. I just want to do a .NET run. Like we see here. And then go attach to it and go do our stuff. Like, do I have to add a call to .NET run inside my tests? Or is this something that I can... that Playwright has a hook for that I can attach to? What's this? Authentication. Okay. What's test runners? Browser context options. Like, yeah, there's that base URL that we see there. Playwright browser name, Playwright. Launch options. Verbose API. Run settings file. Environment variables. Base classes. This gives each test a Playwright object so that the test could start and stop as many browsers as it likes. A context test So, yeah, I'm still confused. Storyteller mode. We'll get there. We'll get there. Can you have it publish the website to a private endpoint and then test against that? I just want to do that. I just want to do that. Right, this is docs test configuration is what this says. Sure. Teach me. No, that isn't a thing in .NET. Yeah, there is a lot of things in the Node implementation that don't exist in .NET. Okay. I could pivot and write the tests in TypeScript. I could write a shell script that sets these environment variables and then launches the website. Right? And then calls .NET test appropriately. That, to me, feels like the easiest way to do this. But I need to make sure that we capture the output from this so that we can publish the results. Right? Because here it's just running .NET test. Like, this is starting the website and running and accessing it. It's not terrible.
Oh my.
You have an example from Khalid? Yeah, it's from 4 years ago. Yeah, and that uses... it basically references the website and hooks and starts it. And this was something that we tried to use. And it's fiddly and it won't work with .NET Aspire. Ask Copilot? Not a completely terrible idea. Not a terrible idea at all.
Good morning. I'm your AI co-pilot. What's your name and how can I assist you today? Hey, how can I make your morning a bit brighter?
The microphone just does not work with this. Let's see if voice access is going to work today. There's an agent in the GitHub page. No. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Help me write a Windows script file that will launch a website built with .NET and .NET Aspire, and then execute Playwright tests running inside of a project that's hosted in the local folder. And I don't have my microphone turned on, so it's not actually typing any of these things, and I just feel bad. Someone using the web application factory. Okay. I'm just going to keep right on talking, and even though the microphone is turned off, somebody's going to type it into this text box for me. And eventually that'll be a thing that will run, and Copilot will just know what I'm asking about and tell me the code that I need. Generate a Windows script file that will run .NET build for a .NET Aspire hosted application, and then run Playwright tests with a .NET test command in the local folder. And it's not typing at all. Why you do this, voice access? Like, the first time I launch it every day, it doesn't work. Write a Windows batch script that will launch a .NET Aspire application with a .NET run command, and then execute Playwright tests with a .NET test command. And the microphone is turned off again! Is it running this time? No, we're not going to type, are we? You make me sad. That will build a .NET Aspire application hosted in the source app host folder, and then run a series of... No, I didn't say your name. Playwright tests in the end-to-end test folder. No, the tests should be run with .NET Test. Will this update this to work in PowerShell? Yeah. You're absolutely right.
60% of the time, it works every time.
There you go. So I didn't want to give it the full names of these folders just because it would be confusing. I mean, I guess that's a good start. You call it build and test. Back over here. Build and test PS1. Sharpsite.apphost. Now, I don't think I need to go all the way down into that. Right? Because I can run... I don't even need Sharpsite, app host. Yeah, -- project all the way down to it. -- project. And I should be able to do like this. Right? So, and that should be .NET Run. But it's not going to... You can run PowerShell on Linux, but we'll get to that in a minute. Like, let me get a script working here, right? This needs to be running in the background. Convert the .NET build to a .NET run and have it run in the background while we execute the tests. Interesting. Okay. Make sure you kill the .NET run process at the end of the script. I don't need to change location. Argument list. Let's update the .NET run command so that it uses the project argument and does not need to and no longer needs the requirement of running from inside the project folder. Okay, so I can do just okay. Go over to the test folder, run .NET test. I don't, yeah, whatever. And at the end that. Let's see if that works. All right. There it is, build and test. No. Oh. This should be sharp site E2E, right? And then .NET test. Do it again. So there it is, building, running the test. Well, we need to wait for the website to be running before the tests are executed. Let's see what it gives us. It worked, but I am suspicious of that. Oh, that's interesting. There's the URL we expect to go to. Wait for the website to be running, and then run the test. Okay. Let's grab this. Wait a sec. Over here. Yes. And we'll get the appropriate URL for this project. There's the run process. Here's the function. Testing to see if it's running. Okay. Paste that in. So test the website, go to whatever that URL is, make sure that we can get there. Waiting for the website to start. Okay. And if we've hit too many retries because it's been more than 60 seconds, website did not start. Okay. We can do this. So we can look at the properties, launch settings, and we're going to go to localhost 7166. Right, let's...
Hold on to your butts.
Here we go. Womp womp. I'm in the wrong folder. It doesn't go back to the previous folder. We're going to need to fix that. So there it is. Building the website. Okay. Yeah. Website is running. There it goes with the end-to-end tests. All right. All right. We're getting somewhere. What else? Can we have the .NET run go quiet here so we don't get all that nonsense? Like, can we, yeah, let's do -VQ on this right here. -VQ so that it runs quiet. Yeah, there you go, friends. Look at that. Yeah, you're on the ball. You're on the ball. And we're going to want to output that content appropriately. I'm also, where did it go? Where it's changing folder into here. Let's, when we get to the end. Okay. That's not quiet. I told you to go quiet. That's the opposite of quiet. Yeah. And we're back at the root folder. But that was supposed to be like, if I do .NET run -VQ project source, come here, get back up to the top. .NET run verbosity quiet, source, sharp site, app host, sharp site, app host, CS proj. Like, that should go quiet, but that's not quiet. Like, yes, I know. I did Control C there. No. No.
Developers, 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 developers.
Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you joining us. Ads start in 25 seconds. Yeah, it's not working. Code with Sean has fallen off the ball. Oh no. Will this be used in GitHub Actions? Yes. Will it be okay with HTTPS, or will there be a certificate trust issue? There is a command. I am glad you asked that. There is a command that they run to do that. Right there. Should it be -VQ without the space? Let's give it a try. Nope. That's not it either. No. All right. I think I'm okay with where it is at this point. Like, that's good enough for now. Ads are running for the next 2 minutes. I'm going to start gutting this. And just try to get to the website. Right? Because when the website's running, what's something that's always going to be on the front page that we can test for? Hey, you got to the front page. Great. What's on it? Right? There it is, 7166. Load and get to that website. Like, I can test that the About Sharp site link is there and the home link is there, I guess. Right? Even if I'm not logged in, right? The About Sharp site link is there. Let's go with that to start. So, how does the website, how do the tests know what the base URL is? Let's go back to right. To prepare and clean up your test environment. Okay. Recording tests. Yeah, there's a test recorder. No. I mean, do I just set a constant somewhere? This is the base URL? I thought there was a thing with passing that in. Running tests in parallel, browser context. Yeah, this. This chalupa right there. I could redirect the output from start process somewhere else. I think you're right. Yeah. dgen 1 with a recommendation there on the start process. So no new window, redirect standard output. Like this. No. I'm going to leave this the way it is, and we'll let folks submit a pull request and update. Yes, you're waiting for the website to start, and it's not going to. So over here, like, I could get an environment variable here. That contains it. Or, you know what? Let's just subclass page test. And just hard code it. Right? So, public, abstract, class, and let's call this a sharp site page test. No. And, yeah, we can do a little bit of this. Color scheme light, sure, I don't care. Viewport size, sure, that doesn't bother me. But this, right? We can make localhost 7166. And it'd be really nice if we could pull that out of the configuration from the project. Put the redirect to null in the argument list. Like that. I forget if that's how you do that. I don't want to see the console messages from the .NET run command. Yeah, I was right. Hey, I knew how to do that one. Hey, look at me. I don't know how to type. So if I do that one, no. No. Right, make sure I save that. One more time, no. Custom Web Application Factory, what do you got there? I can't use this because it's running in a .NET Aspire context. I'm going to be jamming things into here, and I want it to start the database and other things too, so that it exercises the whole enchilada. Like, cool. but not what I'm looking for. Thank you. Where was I? So we were over here. I put this thing into... Okay. So now I should be able to... I'm going to comment these out just so I still have them there to reference. But let's create a fact. Thank you. Public async task has about sharp site link. Right? Well, wow. And it's clicking it and expecting to find the about sharp site. Sure. That sounds good. Let's see, run the test. Have I looked at how the community toolkit is doing the tests? I don't think there are Playwright tests there either, no. Bang! Protocol error. Cannot navigate to the valid URL. Navigating. Waiting until load. I don't know what this means. I thought it said website was running. Tried navigating to the base website. Try that again. Restarting. Here we go. Yeah. And it's going to find the website in just a second here. There it is. Run the end-to-end tests. Build it. Run it. Ah. Uh-huh. Yeah, Muhammad was on it. Look at that. I forgot to inherit from the base class. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. So that worked. So let's move this to its own file. So that's kind of saved off there. Isn't there a way to take a picture? Like, we went and clicked it. Like, take a screenshot. Thank you. See what that looks like. And here we go. Succeeded. Running the tests. Says it was successful. Where did it put my screenshot? Somewhere in there. Is it in the bin folder? About sharp site PNG. Bin debug. Net9. Look at that. Now, that has the plugins installed. Okay. Is there a configuration option to take screenshots when there's an error? Okay. Capture into buffer. You could pass it to a third-party pixel diff facility. Oh. So you can actually inspect and have it report back. Oh. Okay. What's snapshot testing? Assert the accessibility tree of a page against a predefined snapshot template. That's kind of crazy. Not going quite there. The trace viewer, so you can record a trace and there's got. I thought there was a retry, run trace only on failure. Yeah. Screenshots true. Yeah. Oh, hey, that's fantastic. But that's when you're running a trace. Dispose, get started. Screenshots. When tracing with the screenshots option turned on, each trace records a screencast and renders it as a film strip. That's kind of handy. Snapshots, source. Yeah, I wanted to take a screenshot when there's an error. Is that a thing? Is that a thing like over here? Color scheme, sure. What else? Oh, being able to set the device size. And the AI can read images too. Yes. No. What other options? No. What other options do I have here? Like, you're gonna make me... No, thank you. Forced colors? What's that? No. HTTPS credentials, so we can do logins. Record har content? Har. No. JavaScript enabled? JavaScript. Is mobile. I appreciate that one. It defaults to true. So that's a thing. Locale. I'm going to force that to English American because that is kind of what? No. Show me some examples that I can put in here. Thank you. Accept downloads. No. Bypass the content security policy. Client certificates. How you doing there, Rook Uwu? Welcome. Is that a chess thing? Geolocation, so you can specify your location. Nice. I guess that's only in a trace thing. Bummer. No matter. Base website. What should I call this initial first website tests? I don't know. And right, we set the size. Rename that file. Thank you. We set the size of the browser to pretty big here. What if I want 1024? What is it? 1024 by forgetting the other dimension. Set the viewport to 1024 768. That's the. There you go. Thank you. Right, I don't need that giant. And yes, I'm purposefully using the script here to run this. Could put a test run number or an ID in the file name. Sure. That's better. A little bit easier. It works. Let's save that. So what do we got? Yeah, add all the things. Okay. No. Also, where's the sharp side end-to-end? Right, that file shouldn't be there because I opened that. Okay. Is it ignoring what's in the end-to-end folder? Oh, it is. There we go. Added first Playwright tests. Okay. It works! Ship it! Ship it! Almost there. Now to do the hard part. Yeah, you go away. So we did all this stuff to get the end-to-end testing published and output. I'm sorry, to get the unit testing published and output. Can we do something like this to get it to publish those tests? Right? Like, Playwright's putting that it's putting those tests somewhere. So let's go back here. You, I don't need you anymore, or you. Something like that? I don't know. And if I run that, now, do I get a log that's written? There it is, building. Started the dashboard. Distributed app started. Website's running. Go run the tests. Successful. So, where are they? This isn't hard. Like, did it write it into... No. There they are. Okay. Okay. Right, so go back up here, this, here. And there they are. Okay. So this looks for... But what folder is it looking in? Like, where's the base folder? Or is it just looking for test results somewhere? Right? Like, this is running... This is running on the root folder. Right? So, from this same location, it's running that, and... Uh-oh. Oh, it didn't .NET Build. Right, so it ran those tests and it put it here. So, looking here, I actually go into that folder. Can I run .NET Test and specify the same project folder? Right? Blame. No. I'm not seeing settings, file, list test, environment, filter. It really? Arguments passed to the application that is being run. Can I do .NET Test? Can I do that? Yeah, that works. Right, and it can't find the thing. Okay. So let's update the .NET test command so that it looks like that. So it runs from the base folder, right? Can I turn those around? Can I turn? I think that. How you doing there, Dr. Cox? Preparing the chicken. Preparing the chicken. I see I do have a redemption for storyteller mode. Give me a minute here. Yeah. So right now, can I do build and test? While that's running, project file does not exist. Oh, because I'm still changing folder here. Try it again. You're in the ads, can't hear me? That's okay. Yep, set locations I needed to remove. You shouldn't have ads, Sean. You've got the subscription. There it goes. That worked. Okay. And if we take a look in this folder, Playwright test results. So in my GitHub action, I'm specifying a TRX here. No. Delete that. Playwright test results. So I want to run the Playwright tests right here after the unit tests run. Be great if I could run them in parallel. Are we back from ads? Okay. We need to get the .NET HTTPS development certificate installed. And then we need to do a bunch of Playwright-y things. Yes, that is intended. This is a solution filter file that only has the unit test projects loaded. That way, the .NET test command there only runs those unit tests. And when we have other unit test projects, we can include those, and it'll in that solution file, and it will run those. So, Thindall is here. Hello. Good to see you, friend. Today you learned. There you go. So, hey, thank you so much for the gift sub.
$15 subscription. Code with Sean gifted a tier 1 sub to Teendle. They have given 27 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. This is a separate GitHub action. So maybe I run this as a separate action altogether. And then it uploads the Playwright report here at the end. That's very kind. Thank you so much for the gift sub. Congratulations, Thindall. I don't mind running this as a separate, but it's going to publish different results. You know? And I'd like to have that badge with all of the results. But this is clearly a lot more that it's testing. Right? If we look at the actions for, right, this is the eShop demo. Right? There's pull request validation, Playwright tests. Right? For this one commit here. And it has the check showing both passed. So I'm okay with that. Have a good one, McNets. Take care. So maybe we do run it as a secondary test script, and we take this approach and customize it. Right? And I'm going to have Playwright test results sitting out there. I can publish those and generate a badge for those as well, right? And have a second badge that has a different label, right? So maybe this is a label of unit tests, and we'll have the Playwright test with a label of end-to-end tests. And we'll have two badges that we create. What do you think, chat? Does that make sense? Right? And if I use this as a base to start from on deployment status. That's not the one I wanted. Yeah, this one, to run in a container. So on push to oh, I better take this. Excuse me, it's Mrs. C Sharp Fritz. All good. All good. Do I want the Playwright test to run on everything? Like, this is only running on pushes to the main branch. eShop runs the Playwright tests on pull requests to main and pushes to main. And I'm okay with some of these paths to ignore. Yeah. Let's add these. We can clean up. Ignore markdown. Yeah. Ignore. I don't have a. I'm okay with getting rid of that because I don't have Plan App. But I think we can say ignore any changes in the tests folder. Okay. So jobs, Playwright tests, Ubuntu latest. There's the image, this user, setup.net, .NET version. Let's use the same setup.net that we have over here. Oops. You're supposed to be using spaces. Thank you. .NET build, .NET test. It's not quite like that. So test, timeout, minutes. Yeah, let's add that into the mix here. Setup.net, setup node. Here we go. Install the certificate. Right? Really? Okay. What don't you like? I don't have that. I'm not running a matrix. So let's see, what else do we need to do? We need to install the Playwright browsers and run the Playwright tests. It didn't .NET build. I'm going to need to do a .NET restore. But I want to do the .NET restore on the end-to-end. And then install the... Well, wait, can I... Or maybe I don't need to do that because I'm in... Because I'm in a Playwright container, right? So... Can I jump right into execute this thing that will do the .NET build, .NET run, all the .NETs? Taking a look at our inspiration here. These are environment variables to pass in. And then upload the Playwright report. I don't want to upload... fine. Upload the Playwright report. But how do we know where Playwright report gets written? Right, so there's the test results that XUnit generates. There's the screenshot. Yeah. Right? Where did that come from? Hmm. Let's go back to our friends here at eShop and see if we can figure out where Playwright report comes from. It's not on the website. There's the test directory. Reporter HTML. See test reporters. This feels like very much a JSON thing, isn't it? A Node.js thing. Yeah. I think we have this because of the TRX logging that we're doing. So I don't think we actually need it. So instead of these here, yeah, get rid of that. Now this is running on Ubuntu, which should have PowerShell. No. Right? I mean, what is the .NET command to install? That one. Install PowerShell. No. Right, then that should... How do you run PowerShell scripts on Linux? Go away. Yeah. Oh, it's a PS1 that I have there. Yeah. or run pwsh against it. That's the one I want. I think that's it. Is that right? And then I'll want to capture all the results. Okay, so really? Really? No, I want to format. Right, I thought it was Control N. What is it to? Why am I forgetting the? No, I want to format document. The heck? No. Control Shift P doesn't work. I've got to do this all by hand. I think that works. I don't have these or this. It's just that. Create badge. End-to-end tests. I'm going to call this end-to-end badge. Right, end-to-end badge. Okay. Let's let this run on the current branch to make sure that it works. Think that's it? It's the caret. Show and run commands. Yeah, Shift Alt P. This one. Even then, that's not working. No. Shift Alt P. No. No. I don't know. Yeah, Control Shift P isn't working for me. I don't know why. Is that the right format? Yeah, it doesn't like it over there either.
Developers.
Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Let's try this. And I should. There's also one here in the end-to-end folder. Playwright test results. Actually, I don't need the star, do I? What did I add to .NET Build? No. Drop that. Adding Playwright GH action. Let's set up a pull request. So this is 185. Fixes 185. Okay. Now that isn't going to run. Yeah, that isn't going to run yet because it's looking for a specific. It's looking for a specific branch. So let's force this to work. Well, actually, it's on pull request to all branches. No, hang on. Yeah, put it on all branches. Now running on pull request to all branches. But it's not actually going to run. What's it running? Okay. Here we go. Let's see what happens. So it's pulling in the Docker container. So far, so good. Tried to put down 812, 8012. That's wrong. Yeah. No test results, so it didn't do anything. But we failed right in here. What do we got? He was trying to install 8012. Here it's trying to install the 9 branch. Permission denied, trying to set up the host. But if we take a look over here, yeah. Why aren't we getting the user? GitHub checkout. Yeah, got everything. Something else I just thought of. I'm going to want to be able to rerun this. Why did you... Seriously? Seriously. No, no, no. Why? Why? Why, YAML? Why? Why is it changing users? Like, this doesn't work with that user. What does this step configure? Yeah. So what happens if I take that off? Running as standard user. See what we get. Well, the container, yeah, it says .NET 149. It's not clear to me what's available in there. Contains .NET 8. The noble versions contain .NET 8, so it doesn't contain .NET 9. They're only rolling it out with the LTS versions. which is annoying. So there's the checkout. Setup.net. Downloading 8.0.12. Installed 9.0.100. Install the HTTPS development certificate. It says it was installed. But the path here is I have no idea. Napalm, not familiar. I can't speak towards that. That sounds like an ugly rumor. Why isn't that part of the path? Hey, Copilot. Add the folder. Hey there.
Or Panda just resubscribed for 9 months. C# Pog.
Thank you so much, Aw Panda. Really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you so much. What do we got here? What's it suggesting? And it's saying just echo that to the path. All right. I'm game. Have I tried out the DeepSeek AI yet? No, I haven't. Discard that one. Accept that one. And let's give that a try. Updated path to include .NET tools. Ooh. Not quite there yet, but... Here it is, pulling in the container. Give it another shot. Now, I've heard a lot of folks talk about the DeepSeek AI, and I've heard mixed results. Some folks say it's not great, and the typical AI enthusiasts are like, it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Like, okay. I guess we don't need knives anymore because somebody else is slicing the bread for us. What? There we go. .NET install. This tool is running with elevated privileges. You should run under the user account of the developer. How do I change users back then? After updating the path, switch to user 1000. Now you can't ignore it. And it's doing in a sudo. Okay. I'm game. Switching to dev user. I don't care. I'm frustrated. I want it to just work. I am in the commits of shame at this point. Just watching and hoping that my commits run properly here. Come on. Sudo not found. Okay. Oh, man. It's so friendly. No end then. Darn it. Stop. Yeah, him. Yeah, apt install sudo before it. Right. Changing. Let's go back to the previous run. Is there a way? Okay, it was installed. And it's saying that this is running Okay. Is there a way to get it to ignore that? Yeah, hey, great! Punk. What command options do I have for that? No, the Linux dev certs. Um, the other way would be for me to back off of the container and go and install the browsers each time. And follow this more closely. I think that's got to be how I go. I think it's got to be how I go. Let me back out. It's going to come all the way down. So npx is on... No, setup node. And then it sets up .NET. I can do both. Right, so if I go back up here... So Playwright tests on Ubuntu latest, uses checkout, setup.net with the global JSON, setup node, get an LTS version, install the node dependencies. Well, they have package JSON here that has Playwright reference. I can get around this. I don't need node. Right? Here, instead of... Instead of doing this, I can run .NET restore. Yeah. Okay, and then to install the Playwright browsers, I removed PowerShell. No, PowerShell is here. PowerShell is here? Okay. Make sure power... Why? Why? Oh. Okay, so now I have PowerShell. Restore the packages. And I can then reach into the end-to-end. I need to build first so that I get... So I get the Playwright PS1. Wait a sec. What do they say to do up here? Yeah, they do a .NET build. And actually, it says PowerShell is there. Okay, so remove that. So build the .NET solution. So install the browsers is kind of like this. It's going to be posh on end-to-end, sharp site, E2E, bin debug, net 9. I don't like that sitting there. Right, that's a dependency that we just took. And then build and test. Let's try that now. Running more like the Playwright GH action. All right, try this. Try this again. Playwright tests. Here we go. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate. Oh, look at the dancing emotes. That's nice. How you doing there? So, setting up .NET. Here we go. Come on. So far, so good. Installing the certificate. Looks good. Okay. .NET restore on the solution. Yes. Building. Okay, okay. How you doing there, Ace? Ace as F2? Is that how you pronounce that? We got closer. The argument is not recognized as the name of a script file. I ran .NET restore. I didn't build. I didn't build. That should have been build, which means that inside here, I could tell it no build. Nah, leave it go as is. So .NET build, and that file should then be present. Now building the solution. All right. Here we are on build run 6 of the commits of shame. And I'm going to continue calling these the commits of shame until, like, something's done to improve this. These types of interactions, because these are the commits of shame. Building the .NET solution. Okay, .NET build. It's going to restore and then build. All in one step here. Let's go. So GitHub local actions. How's that look there? What do we got? Looks like it's still running. Okay, install the Playwright browsers. Is it going to see them? That's running properly. Okay. Fingers crossed. All right. Still looking good here. Yeah, that's going to make me dizzy. You know what? You can just run in the background, and I'm just going to hide that for now. And if there's an error, we'll peek in. But I want to get to this one.
Oh my.
Right? Come on. That sure is busy. What are you doing in there? There it goes. Downloading Firefox. WebKit. FFmpeg. Running the tests. Running the tests. All right. Yeah. Log into the dashboard. All right, so it's running Aspire. It's trying to get to the dashboard now, trying to get to the website now. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Distributed app started. Okay, so now website's running. All right, running the tests. Failed. Okay. We should get a failed entry here. No. Set badge, color, create badge, all these other things. I have a feeling I have some mix-matched. So, before I analyze what the fail was, we should have gotten a badge created anyway. Let's take a quick peek there. Publish test results, if always. So, did publish test results? Yes. Publishing failure results. Okay. It read the Playwright test results. Why didn't set badge color run? Do I need this if always so that even though it failed, it still runs? It is running. Like, does it go there? Does it go here? Man. Folks that like YAML, you are another breed. So after uses... No. Okay. So hopefully that runs for all the other things. Yeah, YAML is a whole nother thing. All right, what do we got here? So there is .NET Aspire running. Test run, started test execution, total of 1 files, has about sharp site link fail. The HTTPS certificate is not valid. Let's go back over. See if there's something we missed. This is going to HTTP. What if I have it go to the HTTP version? Right? I mean, it's sitting out there. Right? I can have it go to 2020, 5020, right? There was somewhere else that I had to reference that. No. I don't remember. So if I try to run that again here, local, that should work, right? Yeah, that's installing the HTTPS cert also. That worked. Running with HTTP with non-TLS link address. No, that's not how you spell push. There we go. All right, we're getting much closer. Run 7. Pulling in the publish unit test result action. Checking out code, setting up .NET. We're getting there. We're getting there. Seems like installing GH Actions is the same pain as it was before Copilot. Yes. However, I think it's... We're not completely operating in a vacuum and saying, is this going to work? Like... Ugh. So here comes the Playwright browsers. And that took about a minute last time. About 53 seconds, it said. So we've got We got a little bit of time while that's running. Right? The entire run here to execute the Playwright test is going to be a long process. But I think I'm okay with that. Well, it should run in parallel with the unit tests. Here it is now running the test. All right, here we go. Waiting for the website to start. Yeah. App host, there it is. All right. Log into the dashboard, so that's running. It was inside the end-to-end script. Right there. It's going to the wrong address. It's not going to work. Yeah, 5020. Set the badge color. Good. Created the badge. Good. Did not upload the badge to Gist. Why not? It wrote out the badge. What does always mean? Okay. Update this condition to ensure that this step runs regardless of the success of previous steps. Just update that if statement. Always end. So I can do that. Right, and right here it is trying to run, navigating to 7166. And it's the certificate invalid error still because it's going to a page that doesn't exist. It'd be nice if that came from an environment variable. Robert Tables is here. PowerShell script has that right there. If I put that into an environment variable, well, or wait a sec, I can pass that in as an environment variable here, right? .NET Test lets me, right? Environment right there. So I could pass that in as an environment variable. Right, like that. Which means I can then, inside my code, get environment variable. Let's call this E2E host. Right, and I can do it like that and like this. And now if it's set, right, if I just get rid of this for testing purposes, right? Run that again and let's see if it goes. Do camels like YAML? Shut up. Do camels like YAML? Marcus. No. Only one project can be specified. Wait, hang on. I did -E. Name equals value. So we got to do something like this, like that. Try that again. Oh, we're so close, friends. So close. Get it running here locally. That worked. So I'll put that null check back in here. And what did I change this time? Always run the script and set the, yeah. Now, tests, navigating non-TLS host. All right. Run 8 of the commits of shame. Here we go. And you better believe we are going to get rebase and squash this and nobody's going to remember the commits of shame here except for me and you and the YouTube recording and the clips that Surly Dev made. Did Surly Dev make any clips? I don't know. Building. Yes. Good. go. Let's go. Come on, we can make it better. I was feeling so good about this. Oh, and my Gmail mailbox is just full of build failure. Hi, it's me, it's GitHub. I just want to let you know your build failed again. And again. And again. All right, about 30 seconds left on installing the Playwright browsers. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Come on. When doing CI, you squash your commits. Oh, I'm going to squash them all over the place. Here it goes. Running the tests. Come on. All right. Running the website. Good. Dashboard's running. Tell me the website's running right here. It's going to say website running right here. Come on. Come on. Get it together. Get it together. Get it together. Right there. Feels bad, man. Watching actions is like watching a suspense movie, right? There it is. Okay. Come on, right here. Website is running. Website is running. Right here. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's running slow. Dark and wet, no snow in Stockholm? Keep it that way for when I get there. Oh. Putt. Come on. It's going to come back and say he still couldn't get to it. You won't be there? Oh, no. I have a feeling this is going to fail here. You've got better part of 10 days here. I'm not confident on this. Oh my gosh. Did I see Tenet? No, I did not see Tenet. Yeah, I haven't seen that one. Yeah, website did not start. Oh. So here we go. It's gonna it did not upload the badge again. Hmm. I do like movies by Christopher Nolan. Yes, yes, I do. So why didn't it run in here? Okay. Where is it? There's a way to get the complete log. That was not. Oh. Yeah, it was almost 3 minutes later and it didn't start. Okay. Generate badge. It didn't even, it's not showing me any kind of test going into. Okay. Let me take that environment variable out. I don't know. I'm at commit fatigue at this point. Just run it again. Run 9. Here we go. This is always the way. Like, you always run into, These ugly sets of commits. What ended up on your task list, Chris Funk? So, why Microsoft what?
Developers.
Thank you for the follow.
Developers.
So, building, that has been running properly, so I don't have any concerns there. All right, now the browsers. And that takes about a minute to run. I think after this, no matter what, I need to wrap things up. I've got some other projects and tasks to get to. Regardless of what happens here, I need to move on. Like, I'll just park it the where it is and come back to it with a fresh mind later this weekend. Why C#? Why not? That's right. Why not? Why wouldn't I use C#? You're asking me why C#. Evidently, there's another technology that you think I should be using. I use C# because it's a fantastic general-purpose programming language that has great performance, runs cross-platform, is open source, has continuous updates that are delivered by the team. Those are all very good things in the life of a technology, and it's been around for 25 years. So why not C#? Why don't use Rust? I don't trust Firefox. There's a good start. Rust is a good low-level language. For higher-level things, I'm not going to use Rust. I'm not going to use Rust to build a website. There's tools that are built that are much more productive for building websites, for building applications. So, we're hanging again. And that timer up there got to about 2.5 minutes before it stopped. This runs correct locally, right? Runs properly locally. No, see, I wrote the website URL up here. And it's looking for that website URL. So, let's see here. Yeah. There's a presumption. Just asked why. Rust is just responded to chat. You don't Rust? Okay. Well, that's just it, Robert Tables. It is running inside a Docker container. Yeah, did not respond. And let's see, is it going to get to the badge? There it is. Got a 401. Got a 401. Yeah, that. Should I set up a separate gist then? I mean, I can do that. Playwright, badge, SVG. This left blank intentionally. Okay. But it's still not running. What did we change in here? That's what I had before. Hard coding TCP. Let's see if we get that updated. Run number 10. Setting up .NET. Here we go. Building the solution. That takes about 25 seconds. You can run Docker inside Docker. And Zada, apologies. We get a number of folks who stop by the channel and push, oh, you shouldn't be using this. You should be using this other technology instead. So when folks ask, why C#, it's typically because, well, you should be writing with Go. Oh, you should be writing with JavaScript. You should be, like, that's typically the approach that chatters come through with. Docker in, Docker is done. I don't want to say all the time, but it's definitely an option that some folks use. All right, running the tests. Here we go. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. All right, log into the dashboard. No. Hey, there it is. All right, running the test. Failed. Certificate authority invalid. Let's see if we got the badge. Upload badge to gist got 401. Why is it getting a 401? What is HTTP? 401's unauthorized, isn't it? Yeah. The only place that's referenced. Right? I don't have to do anything to get... No, it's not uploading. Like... Right? Token just URL file. Token just URL file. This file... Right? All I did was change the file name. I mean, heck. Now that it's on its own thing, sure, save that one. But why am I getting... Certificate authority invalid? Okay. This only installs Chromium. by providing an argument. So I could say install what are my options there? Just Chromium? And reduce the number of installs happening there. But that's installing the dev certificate. If I run this, like I could run this with a launch profile that forces HTTP. This isn't working. Get rid of this. Neither is this. By this time I could have typed the build script name. Let it run now. Dev certs are angry. Oh boy. Aspire allow unsecured transport environment variable is set to true. Oh, what is it? It's not set. What is the PowerShell environment variable set? How do I set an env variable in PowerShell? $env my variable. No. Really? Which case I'm going to have to put that in. And that all worked locally. Forcing to insecure protocol. I don't care. It's all running locally. Not using Copilot in Visual Studio? No. I'm working on the GitHub action files, so I'm running everything in VS Code. Commit 11. Setting up .NET. I technically don't need the dev certificate anymore if this works properly. But and installing the Playwright browser should only install Chromium. Yeah, see, install Chromium. So this should run significantly faster because it's only the one browser it's putting down. Instead of the 4 browsers. There's FFmpeg. Yeah, it ran in half the time. Ran in 30 seconds. All right. Building, waiting for the website to start. Here we go. Tell me you're listening on the HTTP 15200. Okay. Tell me the website's running. Come on. Come on. Okay, distributed app started. Find that website. Yeah! Come on. Hit it now. Hit it. Passed! Woo-hoo-hoo! Woo-hoo! Woo! Woo! Didn't upload the badge. Stop. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of agree. Who cares about the badge at this point? Right? Way down here. And I'm getting a 401 off of that GIST token that it's using. Actions. General. No. I'm in the wrong place here. Hey, there we go. High-tech redneck with the cheer.
100.
Thank you. Oh, I still have my Christmas emotes out there. Why do I need the badge? It's something to put on the README to show that the project is being properly tested. Yeah, where is it? There's the GIST token right there. So it should pick that up and use it. Why did that fail? What failed? Uploading the badge is what failed. Why am I getting a 401? Also, this doesn't have a... That's a workflow dispatch. Is it because I didn't merge it yet? That's probably it. I do need to... Okay. So that's being rebuilt. So there it is, running the .NET build and the Playwright tests. So the .NET build. Yeah, the test ran successfully, right? And really, we're just laying a foundation here so that other folks can build tests as we go forward to support their various features. So there we go, test running, boom, all 9 passed. Publishing test results. This, I want to see uploading a badge properly right here with that same gist. Yep. Wrote the badge. Data saved successfully. And here's my test results. Good. So .NET build, now here's the Playwright tests. They're going to take longer, and we expect that. And here it is actually running the test now. Log into the dashboard. We know this takes just a little bit to get started. Come on now. Distributed application started. Good. Show me that website's running. There you go. Running the test. It passed. Publish test results. Show me that. Publishing results. Create a check. Create a job summary. It uploaded the badge. End-to-end tests. We got it. So right, I think I can. Right, and I can update. And there's the Playwright summary. Now, this is... Those change numbers are wrong. We're going to need to address that. Let's clean that up. Okay. I'm just going to call it fix. I don't care. Those were supposed to be ignored. Dot get ignore. I thought I added those to be ignored. Right, Playwright. Okay. Wait a sec. Yeah, it's got it there. All right. I thought so. Have a good one, Sean. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. Ads start in about 2 minutes here. Okay. I want to update the README on the homepage. Let's grab this. And let's actually write end to end test results. There's our badge. No, it's the same as that. There we go. Right, and if we take a look at that, ta-da, end-to-end tests. Okay, so that's now appearing over there. And the Playwright test now... Main. No. You know what? No, leave that the way it is. For now, I'm leaving that the way it is. Yeah. Adding end-to-end badge to README. Right? Yeah, got the CI working. This README from the best README template project? No. I'm not familiar with that. Oh, and I've got to figure out the publish results. Wait. I committed that directly to 06. Fine. The publish results. Yeah. This one. Let's go look that up, because I think there's some docs there we're gonna wanna take a look at. I forgot the end on the end. That's right, all the big wahoos. Yeah, you can absolutely share a link. Yeah. Permissions, test result files. Okay. Mm-hmm. Um, hmm. My README is looking similar. I'm happy to take suggestions, some feedback. Where tests run multiple times in different environments, the action should run only once over all the test results. Put the action in a separate job that depends on all the test environments. Publish test results. Download the artifacts. In which case, I can put the Playwright test, I guess, in the same file? And instead of having two separate scripts, I could run them as two jobs in the same file? And publish the results at the end? Let me do that next time. I'm in way deep and it's almost 2 o'clock. Those all ran properly. And I've got my end-to-end tests reporting, running properly here. I feel good that that we've got it to this point. We can add tests, Playwright tests into the mix. Getting the publication of those results, I can come back and do that over the weekend. Let me come back when I've got a clearer mind. 2 o'clock. It's not like I've got anything else to do. That's right. Let me take a look at this awesome README template that that Caveman Crafting has here for us. Ooh, with a LinkedIn link, contributors, forks, stars, issues, license isn't too bad. LinkedIn on the unlicensed license. Like, I should probably add a badge to the website. Built with. Notice .NET isn't in that list. but getting started. Yep. Usage, roadmap, contributing. It's not using the all contributors. Image shields they're using. Yeah, I'd like a static badge, please. No built with badges here. GitHub repository stars, that's a good one. License is another good one to put on there. Right, and sharp sight. Code coverage and dependencies, not quite there yet, but dependencies I would hold off on. Nah. Where's it getting? These built withs. Because I'd love to get Blazor in there. No. Table of contents isn't bad to add either. Idea? What's idea? GitLab. Now they're getting... Contributor shield. Like, these are being written somewhere else. Yeah, those are the URLs. Those are the shields. Yeah, they're using Shields.io to generate them. Logo, jQuery, Bootstrap, Laravel. Shields.io must be give. Right? Icon slug from Simple Icons. Well, there's .NET. And there's Blazor. Aspire isn't in here. But I can definitely do .NET and I can do Blazor. Right, so logo is not that. Right, logo color. Right? Badge not found. Womp womp. It's just .NET. Like, oh, they did it that way. Nope, still badge not found. What? Really? Built with? Can I do that? No. Logo color, logo size, label, label color. Still, badge not found. Really? Huh. Uh-oh. Why isn't it? Built with. Did. No. Uh-oh. One second. Yeah. I don't know why this isn't working at all. Yeah, that was the overtime sound. You got it. No, won't build that either. That doesn't generate at all. No. Image Shields IO. Nothing. But that works. Do I have to give it a color? Is that what you're telling me here? Like, something doesn't smell right. Label, optional message, and color. Built with. .NET. Like that. Okay, built with .NET, but if I want logo, where'd it go? I don't want that as the logo color. I want it as like the background color. That doesn't make sense. It's just the logo. So it's the text dash the color. So if we did .NET dash that color, right? There's the logo. There's a style, and the logo color is white. Okay, so what was the style for the badge? So if I did something like that, and we can wrap this like that, and this can go to, right? Really? We just had this. What? No, what? I'm doing something wrong with the link. Where'd it go? There. That's the text. He's got it. It's. Yeah, there we go. It'd be really nice to get that right next to this. Like, can I do that? added a built with .NET badge. Not bad. Nope, that wasn't going to work. That's better. And we can add a Blazor badge and other things later. I'm good with where we are for right now. Let's call this a day. Dear Lord, we've been through a lot. But we got Playwright tests working as part of our process here. We can now start adding Playwright tests to execute and inspect and ensure that the application is moving forward. I want to go back and revisit the way that it publishes results isn't quite done yet. And honestly, I think we may want to bring the two GitHub Actions into one file as separate jobs, and it publishes the combined results of Playwright tests and unit tests. I'll tinker with that tonight, tomorrow. No real push on that, but we'll see what we can do. I'm going to mark that issue as complete, that we have the foundation in place now. I need to add a little bit of an entry into contributing. I'll take care of that with the documentation that I'm going to wrap up here to try and fix the way that it reports. That's a big step. That's a big piece to ensuring we have reproducible results from the growth of SharpSight. We're getting closer to this next milestone being complete. Thank you so much for watching. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network that I can get you connected to. If you're watching on YouTube, of course, there's more great videos that I have available for you that you can click into just below or on the side, depending on which YouTube app you're watching with. Let me get you rated into our friend Clarkio. Thank you so much for watching. I'll be back on Monday. We'll have more great code to look at. I'll be hanging out in the Discord over the weekend, tinkering with a couple things here and working on Project Charlie. I want to try and get Charlie working for Monday. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know if I will, but we'll give it a shot. All right? Have a fantastic rest of your day wherever you might be. I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.